Alright, testing, 1, 2, 3. What's going on, fellow rogues? It's Messier here with stream number 2 of 2 tonight, as I bring you guys the Wallace and Gromit DLC for Powerwash Simulator, which I'm really excited about this. Of course, the funny thing about it is, like, you know, one of their shorts is called a close shave, and I had a haircut today, so kind of had a bit too close of a shave as well. Trying to make, like, you know, jokes about, like, something that's kind of, like, been definitely, I explained things about in the Chrono Trigger stream I did a bit ago about how, like, I've kind of self-conscious about my hair and everything, but we're still just gonna kind of roll with it. So yeah, I will say, you know, I'm kind of like disliking my hair, you know, probably like, you know, a lot more than the person who's been coming on my streams lately, like, you know, disliking each of them. For those who watch like most recent Phasmophobia stream, you might know what's been going on. But anyways, yeah, aside from that, Wallace and Gromit DLC, really excited for this. This is gonna be probably like, you know, the first of the last 3, you know, DLC I'll be doing for Powerwash Simulator. Because I purchased this as well as the SpongeBob SquarePants DLC recently, and I have decided I am gonna do the Final Fantasy DLC, even though I have yet to actually play Final Fantasy Remake. So yeah, that being said, if you guys enjoyed the stream, appreciate if you like the stream, and hey, you know, if you want to dislike it too, feel free. You know, get the dislike that person's been throwing at my streams for whatever reason. You know, some company. I'm pretty sure it's pretty lonely outside of the dislike I put on my own streams at times. But yeah, just. Regardless of, like, no matter like what happens with this channel, people are free to like, free to dislike. I know my content's not gonna be for everyone. I know some people are just gonna, you know, hate just to hate. Is what is. I'm gonna focus, you know, on just having a good time with my viewers, you know, those who come by and actually do enjoy my content, regardless of how few or how many. And I'm really excited for doing the Wallace and Gromit DLC tonight, because I've recently, you know, like, you know, took the time to, you know, binge, you know, a good bit, like, you know, the Wallace and Gromit stuff. It actually ended up being easier than I thought it was going to be, because I originally thought, like, it was a bunch of, like, full-length stuff, and they've only had, like, 2 full-length movies. And I haven't finished Vengeance Most Foul yet, but I have watched Curse of the Wererabbit, and I've watched The Wrong Trousers, The Grand Day Out, Close Shave, Matter of Loaf and Death. Definitely, you know, was enjoying kind of sitting down and watching all this stuff, and definitely gave me, like, a big craving for cheese as well. At least the Wallace, you know, fixation on cheese. So, yeah, since it is kind of like it's 10 p.m. now, I want to go ahead and kind of get the show on the road, since I did get a late start on my streams today because I went out of town for a bit and unfortunately had a close shave of my own. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and, like, get this underway, because I'm hoping I can finish this all in one day. So, yeah, the Wallace Gromit DLC, I've heard this is actually somewhat short as well. Don't know if it's going to be as short as the Back to the Future one, but we'll see how it goes. So we're going to start, and it's like Wallace and Gromit's dining room and kitchen. So I'm going to laugh if it's actually porridge. Considering, like, you know, there was one episode where, like, I think, like, you know, it was a close shave where there ended up being malfunctions with, like, you know, the little thing that threw Wallace's breakfast out. So it looks like it actually might be porridge. Not entirely sure. All right, chit chat-o-matic initiated. So apparently Wallace made, like, an auto answering thing. All right, I know I can't voice Wallace, like, probably, like, talk about dodgy breakfast, Gromit. Well, contraptions are called a nasty virus, and Auto Chef's had a serious malfunction. Auto Chef was from the contraptions shorts. They were, like, probably, like, maybe, like, little 2-minute shorts a piece. Had serious malfunction. There's egg and whatnot all over the place. Still, no point crying over spilt milk. This perfect opportunity to test my latest inventions. Wash lads in position, standing by for instructions, and all chit-chat-o-matics booted up and ready for relay. Time to get power washing. Suds away. So apparently in this one, I'm not even actually the power washer. I'm just like apparently one of his inventions. He said wash lads, so okay. Explains like, you know, what I've seen, like, you know, it looks like some kind of like robotic Gromit that I'm playing as. So I thought it was like it was my suit, but apparently he actually made me into an invention here. All right, so oh my god. It definitely looks like porridge. I like how this actually is basically trying to put like all context in there. Like I'm actually much shorter than Wallace when you look at like the proportions here. Okay, and of course they have the trapdoor that he comes through. Kind of like look at. Okay, and of course the train. Definitely remember that from can't remember which one it was where they had the where the penguin first like debuted. Can't remember which short that was. It was the wrong trousers. Yeah, it debuted in the wrong trousers. I remember now. All right, just kind of like taking in decor here. All right. I say, wash lads quick off the blocks. I know I can't do like his voice properly, but you know. All right, I guess we'll start with the kitchen. We should give some instructions, or who knows what'll happen. Let's try. Come on, clean kitchen and dining room ASAP. I was doing that anyway, Wallace. I'm just honestly hoping it doesn't play the music as much as the theme song is iconic. I don't want to get hit with a copyright. Not like he's actually doing emotes in the thing. Getting caught with the times there, eh, Wallace? I'll probably actually go ahead and finish, you know, watch through because I haven't actually really started Vengeance Most Foul, which is again the most recent movie from a few years ago, several years ago. You're right, Gromit. Where are my manners? How's about? And of course, it's par for the course. We don't actually hear Gromit talking because Gromit never talks. And I think, like, you know, the general consensus is that I command clean kitchen and dining room ASAP, please. I was already doing it. I think, like, the general consensus is that Gromit is actually smarter than Wallace. I mean, obviously, Wallace is the inventor or whatever, so of course he's the one that makes stuff work or whatever. But a lot of times it backfires, but it seems like a lot of times, like, you know, Gromit knows it's coming and just it's kind of like, you know, he has prep time. I think kind of like it's basically maybe Gromit's more along the lines of probably like maybe like the logical thinker, and like, you know, Wallace is the tinkerer. But they definitely put like a lot of emphasis on, like, you know, Gromit, like, seems like he actually might be more intelligent than Wallace. But another thing, and obviously not trying to, like, you know, diss, like, you know, mental conditions here or whatever, but I think there's actually been like a lot of stuff that's kind of like, you know, that's basically been stated where it's, you know, some people have actually kind of had theories that Wallace may actually, you know, be on the spectrum. You know, not saying that, you know, in a dissing way, in any way, where, because I have my own mental stuff. But, and I've been open about it. But, like, basically the whole thing with him having the fixation on cheese, like, you know, him being really good at crafting stuff and tinkering with things. And, you know, it definitely kind of seems like you can kind of see it with Wallace. And it definitely kind of like seems like it kind of gives, like, vibes, like, you know, he definitely, you know, might, you know, definitely, you know, have the tism and everything, but you gotta say that, you know, nothing but respect, of course. Like, I mean, have my own mental things or whatever, you know, and that's the thing, you know, it's basically because, again, he loves cheese. You know, he's got like a particular food that he really loves. He eats more than anything. You know, some of his mannerisms and all that. You know, he loves to tinker. He's very smart, and that's the thing. A lot of people, you know, with mental, you know, who have spectrum stuff, you know, are very intelligent. You know, they have like their own particular thing they can fixate on and be like absolutely, you know, amazing at it. But I just always, what I've seen of, like, everything is, like, I just love the whole dynamic that, you know, Gromit is just, like, you know, the silent, you know, observer. He's kind of has that whole thing with, like, logical thinking and just, you know, just amazing perception. Like, where there's times where, you know, he'll do something, he'll just, like, you know, just kind of, like, pull a lever where won't he actually be looking at, like, you know, what's about to happen. He just knows it's going to happen. But, you know, there's, like, you know, things I've seen, like, on Reddit and whatnot where it definitely kind of seems like they kind of hit that point home about Wallace. And but there's also the whole thing that, like, people think that, you know, where Gromit actually might be, you know, the smarter of the two. Is just, or Wash that's showing a clean pair of heels, eh, Gromit? But again, it's just kind of fitting the fact that you don't actually hear Gromit talking because Gromit never talks. It definitely kind of like, you know, makes it kind of made me think of like, you know, basically, you know, the British version of the British Charlie Brown and Snoopy. Tad worried every corner will be covered though. It's just, you know, a teensy tweak. Command, completely clean everything in the kitchen and dining room ASAP, please. Basically, I like how they kind of like, you know, obviously you're going to clean everything anyway. But obviously, you know, if this is accurate, like somehow I'd go haywire. Like, you know, my sprayer would like, you know, just come insanely powerful and just like start blasting through the walls or whatever. I think because Wallace, you know, contraptions do sometimes have like a bit of a Wile E. Coyote effect that they tend to backfire. What's up? Come on, the wallpaper will hardly be stripped off, will it, eh? Will it, eh? Yeah, I mean, don't test it, Wallace. Gromit? I think Gromit, like, vacated. So far, this one's, like, kind of, like, you know, going on pretty quickly. I know, like, my cleaning style is probably different from what I've seen, like, some others, where they'll be, like, very, very meticulous. They'll use, like, the other sprays, and they'll be just doing, like, very slow. I mean, I'm just kind of, like, just doing, like, this whole thing right here, just kind of like I'm doing, like, a dry erase board, I guess. And it's like, whatever gets the job done. I guess I could maybe consider this like speed running mode and me doing like this. I mean, it works better for me. I know like I'm definitely using kind of cheat codes here in a way, like using like the Trident washer. See, again, blue cheese. Alright. Let's go and get that ceiling. And get that out of the way. Alright. Bit more on the ceiling here. Yeah, that's kind of like one that you, like, I noticed one guy I was playing with or whatever, you know, in one of the missions or whatever. I think we were doing the firehouse. I think we did, like, you know, one or two things together. I can't remember. I think it might just been one stream we played together. I think we did the skate park. I think we did the firehouse or something, I believe. And yeah, he was drawing some stuff. That was like probably the only stream I actually, you know, play alongside. I believe it was Dr. Polly is who it was. Okay, it's looking good. Yeah, and like I said, but the train, I definitely remember this from the wrong trousers. Which, I mean, like I said, I don't know everything we're gonna be cleaning. Like, I'm pretty sure I think that the wrong trousers is supposed to be like one of the things we're supposed to clean. I'm having a feeling that'll probably be like a really quick one. Unless there's gonna be like a level that's gonna, like, you know, have like several different things at once. See if I can see the name of the cereal boxes. Cornflake. coming undone there. I don't know why I said that, but the way they spelled corn. Like the band. I mean, this one's actually coming along pretty quickly. I mean, like I said, I'm wanting to try to see if I can do the DLC in one go, like I did the Back to the Future one. I think I can. I mean, I'm not really tired at the moment, because that's sometimes like what affects me being able to stream, and like definitely, you know, with it being like hotter weather. I know eventually I want to get me like a portable, like a little desktop, cool, you know, AC if I can, or some kind of fan or something. That would definitely help with my, you know, being able to stream more comfortably. I guess it's kind of like maybe one thing about my hair getting cut or whatever, you know, maybe it'll help me be a little bit cooler. Bad about what kind of drawing whenever I run into snow on games, and that one time in the game where it may pass you walk through an area through enough time. Oh. What if Wash That moves things about? I only like move... Usually I only move like gnomes around, dude. But again, it is kind of like, you know, on brand on like one of his inventions. Can have a hiddly-piddly kitchen. I'll never find me crackers. Well, here we go. Like, of course, he's like, you know, starting to talk about the crackers and probably the cheese next. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, the auto chef. I wasn't paying attention while I was cleaning right there. Yeah. It would be cool, like, to actually clean, like, you know, Wallace's basement, considering the fact that is like it's a big ass jar. Jam. It would be cool, like, you know, clean Wallace's basement, considering that is technically like a big part of the show as well, or the series. There have been like a lot of, you know, things that have like taken place in the basement. So I would be surprised if we don't get to clean down there. These train tracks may suck though, but then again, as long as it's like all that in there. I was kind of worried like we're gonna have to like clean every individual track here, but what? We can turn on the train. Awesome. Okay, that's cool. So you actually can interact with the train. I love the levels where you have low interactables. But can we ride it? Oh, even better. You can ride the train. Cool. And you can close the fridge door. Yeah, I'm having a feeling I'm definitely going to enjoy this DLC already. I can already tell. My kitchen cupboard. There it is. Alright, let's see. What's next we got to get? Let's see. Get over here and get this. Alright. Now we guys got to get the door. Okay, laying on the train right there didn't really help matters much. Alright. I mean, the kitchen's looking good for right now. I mean, I'm going here and try to get the rest. I think I saw something else right there. Yep, I'm not quite done with this cabinet. right. We weren't raising a barn, so. Alright, everything looks like mostly clean here. I have to come back, I will. Let's focus on this. Okay, maybe I gotta turn this train off. Yeah, part about back where it was before. Alright, get this. And I just gotta clean all this in here. I wonder if I can open this up. Nope. The rest of this should go pretty quickly, for the most part. I wonder if you got, like, you know, their family album. Oh, of course. Can we interact with it? Yes. Yeah, of course, like, you know, the... Yeah, the light board. Yeah, but this is like, you know, like I said, this is like, you know, what this is about for me, rogues. Just hanging out, cleaning some stuff, you know, having fun streaming for you guys, regardless of, you know, who enjoys my content or not. At the end of the day, like, you know, that's the main thing, you know, that matters to me, you know, just doing my thing, you know, hoping you guys enjoy it as well. I'm definitely enjoying this DLC. I mean, you know, this is like only the first part, like the first thing. So I mean, like I said, I'm pretty sure we're gonna like just to like clean like the wrong trousers. They're probably gonna definitely have that in here. You can see them like, you know, having the DLC with that, because I think I might have actually saw it on the Oh, it's funny. I actually just watched this afternoon. Matter of Loaf and Death. Pretty sure that's probably like a reference to a close shave. Maybe. I know, like, there's times, like, you know, I definitely, like, show up for my streams tired, or... This is definitely one of those, like I said, I'm not really tired tonight. I know I'm probably gonna definitely, you know, probably, like, you know, be getting there about halfway through the stream. Hopefully I won't start, like, you know, yawning like I sometimes do, multiple times during the stream. But at the very least, you know, it's... Might take me a bit of time, you know, to kind of get started today, but... Definitely was worth, you know, actually going live. Like I said, I've really been wanting to, you know, get into this DLC. At first, I was like kind of skeptical. I was like, But then I was like, well, I really want to play it. And thankfully, I was able to, you know, take like a, you know, crash course on Wallace and Gromit. Oh yeah, the Wallace and Gromit stuff is, you know, it kind of like makes sense really when you look at like that, because watching the rockets, I'm guessing that's probably like a reference to like, you know, Grand Day Out. Yeah, it's just mainly, I kind of feel like Wallace and Gromit actually definitely works. Considering the factor that, you know, all the times, like, you know, after, you know, first, like, you know, before I actually really sat down and, like, watched all the stuff, like, over the past week, I was like, okay, well, I can see it working. Rightio, Gromit. I know the crack at Washlight's commands. What do you reckon? Just kind of like, you know, in the sense of, like, seeing just how many times on the show, like, things got really dirty. And there's even, like, one of the things, it was, a close shave where they actually were going around cleaning stuff just like I am. They were cleaning windows. Completely clean everything in the kitchen and dining room, but don't strip the wallpaper or move things about ASAP, please. Okay, and there's another sheep still. But yeah, they literally had like one of the shorts, they actually were like, cleaning windows, so not far off. Yeah, that's too wordy. There must be a simpler way. Engaging thinking cap. I can't do Wallace's voice to save my life. Sometimes I can do like different versions of like British and Australian accents. Like I said, really the only thing I've really got to finish. I mean, like the World of Inventions, I could go through and watch that if I want to. But again, that's just kind of like showcase like IRL stuff. But it's not really like, I mean, it's a Wallace and Gromit thing, but it's not really entirely focal on Wallace and Gromit, I think. Compared to like, their contraption stuff, which is like 2-minute shorts a piece for those. I want to try to like brush up on as much of like the mandatory stuff as possible. And like I said, the only thing I haven't watched is Vengeance Most Foul, which is basically a sequel to The Wrong Trousers. I think like it's basically I try to like watch everything in chronological order, like or in release order. But really with like Vengeance Most Foul, I think that's like one of the main ones that really, kind of like ties into like one of the other ones. It actually does have like a actual significance to like one of the other one of the shorts. While like the crazy like contraptions, there is like one that does involve like the sheep from A Close Shave. But otherwise, like a lot of like the Wallace and Gromit stuff I noticed was pretty much for the most part self-contained. But I still like watching in order just to be safe. Let's leave the vacuum here. Which was the vacuum from? It was. Oh yeah, the cracker vac. Yeah, this was from. Well, this thing will turn on. Yeah, this was from the contraptions things too. This thing was actually kind of creepy. So you can just kind of tell. As long as it don't turn on. I don't need like a jump scare like the piano from Super Mario 64, and the piano in Big Boo's Haunt. Eureka, I got it, Gromit. Yeah, the rest of them go this quickly or whatever, we're good. We're golden on this. I mean, I'm definitely finish it in a night regardless, but... Please return our kitchen and dining room to home sweet home status. I mean, we're already most of the way there, Wallace. I had a feeling like as far as settings is concerned or whatever, just graphics, I know the SpongeBob SquarePants DLC is definitely going to probably be kind of wild. Because of this or whatever, that's the thing, it's... I mean, even though like Wallace and Gromit, it's claymation. It's still like kind of like, for some reason kind of seems like it fits in with like, some of the other Powerwash, stuff or whatever. But I believe that what I've seen of like the SpongeBob SquarePants, it actually looks like you're in a cartoon. It's like probably like, one of the most visually, visually unique, DLC, for the game. And Alice like the Alice DLC, yeah, I mean, everything looks surreal and bizarre there. I mean, this does kind of make you a little... The way they kind of did this is actually pretty dead on, because it actually looks like you are in an episode of Wallace and Gromit. So they actually did this pretty well. Still, that's the thing about it. Claymation is one of those things where, like if it had like, or the stop, and they actually had me like kind of like walking in stop motion, where I kind of like, had like a little bit of a, pause in between my steps or something. Yeah, but stop motion is one of those things that, it's basically... The main thing with stop motion is basically how the motions work. Like, you could have, like, all this right here, where we have, like, just human beings, like, walking normally or whatever, and that takes, like, the magic away from it. compared to, like, you know, you actually have, like, the claymation figures, you know. Like, they actually would have somehow been able to replicate, like, the stop-motion feel. I guess, like, you know, where, you know, when you walk or whatever, it basically, you know, you kind of have, like, a little bit of a pause, or... I don't want to really say, like, make it look robotic, but you guys kind of get what I'm saying, you know, like how it is with, like, you know, Ray Harryhausen stuff. It definitely has, like, you know, that concept, you know, that basically the way everything moves, where you can tell it's artificial, but it's still got its own magic to it, because obviously, even though you know it's artificial, you know it's not real, of course, but... It's just basically it's that beauty of stop motion where, you know, you can definitely tell, like, by how the stuff moves, that you can tell it's stop motion. Compared to CGI or whatever. Either way, you know, completing this in about, like, you know, getting it through this, and, like, you know, we're out at the 32-minute mark or whatever. Make a good time on this. So they actually did do a reference to Curse of the Wererabbit. Yeah. Yeah, Gromit's cucumber. Yeah, I almost missed. I was like, wait a minute. I was curious if they actually are going to... That does make me worry. Give me concerns on if they actually do have something for Vengeance Most Foul. I mean, at least I'm catching, like, you know, a lot of stuff here. I mean, I'm definitely thankful I, you know, did go through and, like, you know, watch most of the series, because definitely I would have been kicking myself for missing, like, a lot of this later. I was like, I didn't, like, you know, really, like, you know, brush up on my Shrek vernacular or whatever. At least I did take time to do that, you know, go through this, and also I probably could have, like, you know, really did well with, you know, like, with brushing up on my Alice in Wonderland, you know, repertoire, or doing that DLC. But at least I did, you know, make sure with Back to the Future, I did go back and rewatch the movies. But SpongeBob, that's going to be a whole different beast. I'm still going to play it, but I also know I'm definitely going to probably miss a lot of references there, because I know for a fact I ain't going to be able to watch through everything SpongeBob in time. I'm not even going to bother. If anyone gets any references, y'all can just, like, clue me in. I know I'll definitely probably, like, be able, you know, some stuff I'm pretty sure I'll probably, like, you know, that they do, I'll probably, like, definitely, you know what they're talking about. Especially if it's, basically if it's something memed, you know, that's a meme. Like, if they got something like the Handsome Squidward or SpongeGar, or... And, you know, the times I've crusted, you know, Krusty Krab is unfair. Of course, the thing about that is, like, as I've, you know, said before, guys, I used to do haunt acting. Kind of like, you know, it's no secret. And there literally was, like, you know, one time, like, I was, like, you know, 1 year while I was doing my haunt acting thing. And this group came through, and this guy had his hands over his ears, and he was just, like, you know, just loudly, you know, like, just singing, like, the Krusty Krab pizza song. Basically trying to deflect or whatever, because, you know, pretty much, you know, because he had his hands over his ears, like, and this guy, that basically meant, like, this guy was scared. You know, he was going through it or whatever, and he had his hands over his ears, and he was just, you know, yelling out Krusty Krab's pizza is the pizza. But, I mean, it didn't, like, stop, you know, me from, like, getting right there in front of him, you know, and dogging him until he got out of the room or whatever. Yeah, I'm sorry. I kind of like, you know, just got really in serious focus mode for a second there, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to like go ahead and just get this, you know, this first map finished. Trying to finish up the dining room floor, so should just about have it. Maybe there's a smaller map, so it shouldn't be too hard for us to, like, you know, clear up the and get our you know, checklist. Let me finish the floor before I continue anything else. There we go. Finally got the floor. All right, let's wrap this up. It won't be much longer on this one. Oh my god, that table. Oh my lord. Okay, yeah, it's like these little... Oh, so it looks to me like the table is counted all, like the legs are all counts part of the table. That's the problem. That'll do it. Then they give me some leeway on the chairs here. What really surprised me, I ain't seen any cheese. I think like he actually kept this cheese in cabinets too, so that's probably... Yeah, the cheese is probably in the cabinets. Surprised me or whatever, because I mean I didn't see like one loaf. I don't think I've seen one, like, you know, wedge of cheese. Pretty sure we're gonna see some before the DLC is over. You ain't gonna sit here and tell me that we ain't gonna see no cheese. Here we go. Now that's that sound I love hearing. It don't mean a thing if you ain't got that ding. Okay. Okay. Okay, get the rug now. That's almost done, so I can just probably just spray around sporadically or haphazardly and then probably get it. I always got the train tracks as well. Probably get two, yeah, as I figured it was. I figured like it was probably like caught between the train tracks as well. We're almost done. There we go. Okay. Shoot. All right. Darn it. Let's see. It's looking pretty clean in here for the most part. I'm pretty sure it's something we probably missed. I don't know. I mean, it's looking pretty clean, so it's definitely something in the I'm definitely sure there's probably something. Yeah. Which means there shouldn't be too much else we got to worry about. I do like the design of the washer, though. Absolutely cracking power washer because it comes with portable domestic contraptions. I figured that was going to happen. Something was telling me that was going to be it. Yeah, and I called it. Like, I said this area was pretty clean. Everything else is just in the kitchen. So that was definitely one of the most decisive cleaning jobs I've had so far. It's got to be over on this side. Train's in the way, though. I'll leave it on. Let it do its thing. Dining room door handle. Okay, and done. Alright, so it must be over here. It is. And done. Alright, that was a fun start to this. Okay, I just love how I look so short. Smashing job. Wash lad's done us proud, Gromit. Phew. With all this cleaning, I'm feeling a tad peckish. How's about Auto Chef fix us a little snack, eh? There's something about this contraption. Can't recall what it was. Not to worry, turning Auto Chef on. Sound detected. Paw hitting furry forehead. I love how they just have, like, Gromit being his usual sassy self, like, behind the scenes. Oh, now we gotta clean the house. Gromit, where's Wash Lad got to? This virus has scuppered our Shopper 13 and Sockomatic contraptions. Our front yard's in the right state. Whatever will the neighbors think? Time to roll up our sleeves. All right, yes, so Shopper 13, yeah, both of these were also from the contraptions thing, so it is, like, basically, it's a good thing I actually I watched those. Okay, yeah. I want to see what this looks like. So we're cleaning outside the house now. I want to see what it looks like. Okay. Speaking of... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shoot. Preston. I don't know what he's doing here, but... Okay, so... Reference to a close shave. And obviously... Oh, wait, can we turn it? Please. Awesome. You can flip it. Okay, that is so cool. For anyone who has watched Wallace and Gromit, you know what the significance is of this. That is awesome. All right, let me see. Okay, yeah, the shopper 13. But again, it's like the sense of scale here, because I swear, like in the show, like this thing was actually small. So going by this, it feels like, you know, Wallace and Gromit would actually be like much taller than me. I mean, that's the way they kind of like designed it, make me like I was a small invention. Okay. We'll start with the house first. Ever so keen this new contraption involves Gromit. Need to make sure Wash that is on the right track. Now then. I'm already on the wash. Right track, dude. Please give the garden washables in front of house your best buffering. Because I keep on reading that in, like, you know, in Gromit's voice. I've had a feeling it probably, like, you know, more likely to be like an actual robot voice. It's a command. That should do it, AO pal. Okay, yeah, this actually is coming clean pretty quickly from what I can tell. I'm probably gonna still need ladders, but just from right here, I'm getting a good bit of it. Okay, yeah, I don't think this is gonna take long at all. This actually may go quicker than the previous job. I don't know. But if each of the DLC, like, you know, goes this quickly, where we'll be doing good. So I'm definitely gonna finish it tonight, though. Can we kick the ball? First wall. Yeah, I remember. I know it says kennel. I mean, this is actually was like this is, I think, probably like, I'll say definitely like maybe a reference to the Wrong Trousers, considering there was like a part where Wallace was out there. Not Wallace, Gromit was out in the kennel. And that's like one of the few times you actually really saw, like, you know, Gromit, you know, saw the doghouse, because normally, like, Gromit slept inside. He had like his own room. Alright, get this window. Okay, that one's not quite coming clean. Probably the angle. Yeah, do that. So mainly it's trying to focus on the walls. If I stand on top of the Soccer-matic. Yeah, this gets me exactly where I need to kind of like, you know, get a good... Practically all the gunk. Oh, Soccer mat was clogged with cheese. I knew they were going to mention cheese. Had anything to do with the auto chef. Oh, precious Wensleydale, get in there. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. It's terrible. Thank goodness for the old magic sponge. Are you talking about me? I mean, you're the one that's bald there, Mr. Clean. I watched that's playing a blinder. Actually, I mean, I'm cleaning your blinders, or your blinds, but... Yeah, let's not argue semantics. Oh, I like how the ladder actually is made of wood here. I love how, like, you know, it seems like in each, like, area, like, they changed up how the ladder and the equipment looks. At least, like, you know, this little gnome fountain or whatever is... Or the gnome pond or whatever. Because this isn't, like, you know, as far as cleaning gnomes is concerned, I don't mind. Compared to that gnome fountain. That thing was, again, as I always say, that was a nightmare. Okay, I'll get back to the house in just a second. I'm just trying to, like, you know, clear, like, any little spots here. I probably got to, like, you know, clean the roof of the garage or something. Can I open this, or... First off, let me actually just go and just take this out, because that might be one thing that's cost me, too. I'm not really... Yeah. Maybe it's this. There we go. Alright, that should do it for that. Alright. So we're starting to move along a little bit. Long extension. Alright, we'll just kind of like go back to this one right here for now. Like I said, it's mainly just getting the rest of the house here. Once we get all that or whatever, that's definitely gonna knock a lot of the percentage off. It's just like kind of trying to clean this is what's slowing me down a little bit. But once I get back to that, it's gonna speed back up. I got those like little, just right there. There was like a potted plant, you know, colored or you know shaped splotch of dirt right there. I did it again because like that's the only part I missed where because I sprayed everything else on the wall, whatever, and I just didn't clean behind the pot, and it was just like a little cartoonish, little thing there. Okay, house is looking good, all things considered. Just gotta like get right up in here. Jeez, this porch window does not want to come clean. Just be like a particular, spot they. Jeez, this thing's not want to come clean, is it? See, this one came clean, so what's up with this one? Unless, I bet you, that's what I thought. Alright. Yeah, like I said, it's gonna really start coming clean once I get out here and like really start cleaning the yard. See if I can I make a jump over? Yeah, shoot. I'm just gonna get the ladder. No point overcomplicating things. Say it as like, just try to climb the ladder from the side. Alright. Yeah. Inside the gutter. So they can actually done like, you know, what they did like in a Close Shave when Gromit had like the bungee. It was basically like pretty much, you know, bungee jumping like, you know, short distance just like, you know, to clean the windows. Be pretty cool to actually have me doing that. All things considered, like the house is, again, mostly clean. So we're about to be able to get out here to the yard. I could probably go ahead and like start working on it. I think the house is clean enough to where I can just kind of like come back and spot clean later. Well, of course I can definitely just shoot that window right there. Yeah, I got the climb up there and get the rest of it. Easy peasy. Alright, anything else I can spot clean later if there's anything missing? We need to get to work on this, because this is like, you know, where obviously we definitely about to get a massive percentage up. Feel like I should work on the yard first. Because this is like, you know, where the majority of the dirt is. Just worry about like... At least I'm watering his grass at the same time, so... But hey, you know, multitasking. Alright. I must say, Gromit, a grand idea of yours giving Washlight a pair of pins. Pair of what? A bolt, like, you know, washing pins? Or like rolling pins? With a spring your step will make quick work of your guilty kennel roof. Pins. I wonder if that, and that right there, I wonder if that actually like is, you know, is Wallet is Gromit emoting. Yeah, that actually might be what's going on here. I wonder if it could be the emotes are actually Gromit. Because Gromit doesn't speak or whatever, you know, it's always like he basically, you know, his facial expressions are what tells the tale. Gromit doesn't speak, but you can basically, you know, tell pretty well, like, you know, exactly what he's thinking or whatever by, you know, his expressions. So I just kind of caught on, maybe that's what the emotes are. That might actually all, that might have been Gromit. I think like the creator, Wallace and Gromit, said that Vengeance Most Foul isn't gonna be the last Wallace and Gromit film. Whatever, because I don't think he's really, because I don't think they've actually done any Wallace and Gromit shorts in forever. But I think he said that, like, you know, Vengeance Most Foul won't be the last, you know, we see of like Wallace Gromit as far as like films are concerned. I'm pretty sure I think like the last short, I believe, was A Matter of Loaf and Death. Okay, it's starting to come. Okay, now it's starting to come along really well. We're just gonna have to flip it. I even like how that rotates too. It's a cool little touch. We're gonna keep on cleaning this one. Yeah, we're definitely moving, like, you know, making ground now. Pun intended. I like the reflection. It's bad you can't see yourself on it. At least you can see the house. That's a cool little touch. Okay, just a bit more on this one. We can flip it over, and the other side really shouldn't be as difficult to clean because it's like just one gnome, I think, and this one right here is just really not wanting to come. There it is. All right, that should be that. Flip it over. Yeah, this side won't take nearly as long. Yeah, get under his beard and everything. And that's that. All right, cool. And we're going to flip that back around. All right, so now that that's done, get back to the yard. The grass or whatever. And what a fine set of nozzles too, Gromit. Bit like cricketers, eh? Yellow's your medium bowler, nothing fancy. Puts in a solid over. Alright, yeah, this right here. That's where I go. That should get it cleaned. There we go. Alright. We're almost done with this one too. I didn't quite get it. Right, there's that one. And then we'll like, clean up like the other little bits here. This thing is the fence too. Alright, go ahead and like driveway shouldn't take too long, or the pathway shouldn't take too long to clean. I swear I feel like at times where, I've never really played Splatoon, I've seen others play it, and at times I kind of feel like I'm playing Splatoon. Because I never really played myself, but I know like how the mechanics work. Only thing is like I'm not actually trying to like, paint everything. I'm trying to like, basically unpaint everything. This episode's like one of the more satisfying things to clean right here, just because, you know, how the marbling looks. Yeah, I like that. All right. I'll get you in just a bit, Preston. Like how you see like the indents of the soccer balls there. So whatever that was, it looked like, you know, it was like someone's face. Got a creepy looking face there. So again, they kind of like, you know, definitely gives that sense of scale. Where like, you know, my character here is like, it's very short. But again, I think it's like he was trying to make you basically, since I am like the invention, they kind of like basically make it seem like I'm actually like small compared to them. Because I would say that probably realistically, you know, Wallace would probably be about the same size as a normal human being, but I've just like, you know, been made to look really small. I mean, look at the door right here. Like I'm basically, I'm not even like up at the door handle. And I can basically like walk right in the right in the Gromit's doghouse. Welcome in, Algenox. I'm hanging in there, man. For the most part. Just enjoying this DLC here. Might as well go and finish cleaning Gromit's bowl. Okay. So we almost got this there. All right, there's that. All right, the yard. Yeah, so the lawn definitely clean. Looks a whole lot more beautiful here. All right, I'll go and work on the fence now. Then we'll, like, you know, get everything else. That should be about it. Might be some other things I tell you to do on the house, but I'm pretty sure, you know, we're going to have most of it done. Obviously, we already got most of it done anyway. Yeah, definitely. They really did. Like I said, I can see why people, like, you know, have said this. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want to say, like, I enjoy this more than the Alice in Wonderland DLC. That's still, like, well up there. But I am enjoying it. It's definitely my top 3, I think, for the DLC. The Back to the Future one was fun, but I just love, like, you know, the design of all this. Like I said, it looks like you basically are in an episode of Wallace and Gromit. Also, that's going to basically be how it's going to be for the SpongeBob DLC, because what I've seen of that is that it does make you like you're actually in a cartoon. So. Okay, this fence is done. Just about. Alright, that one's done. If you hit a sticky wicket, on comes red for some googly paste. So yeah, he's talking cricket. How's that? I think I'm going to see another emote. Gromit fell asleep on him. Oh, we didn't get that one right there. Okay, well, got it now. Just makes me think, okay, we got that one too. Just make sure. Gromit? Second, guys. Sorry about that. Check this right here. That's what I thought. Honestly, I ain't been on it that long. I mean, this is the second job, and I've only been like live for about like 1 hour and 18 minutes. The first like job was about like 40 minutes or so. So yeah, probably maybe about 30 minutes on this one, give or take. They haven't really been long compared to like some of the other ones I've done. I think like some people said this one's like pretty short and all that, and I can definitely see it. I mean, which I ain't complaining. And then the Back to the Future one, I think like 3 of those were like vehicles, but still I definitely enjoyed it. It was like 3 vehicles, and then we had like like 2 locations. It's like only like the I think the second out of like 5, so it is only 5 jobs of this. Yeah, I mean the DLC is currently on sale anyway, so it's like $5. So when you really kind of think about it, like at $5, you're basically getting, it's like basically a dollar per job. But I went on and picked this up in the SpongeBob one, and again, I'm not gonna bother the Warhammer one. Warhammer's like more your thing. Like I know basically nothing about Warhammer, and I've also heard like a lot of people say it's actually probably like the worst DLC. I mean, I know you probably like would play it just for the heck of it. You like Warhammer, but I think they said it's basically just vehicles. But between this, and the Final Fantasy one, because I can't remember if the Final Fantasy one actually costed anything. I know the Tomb Raider one didn't. The Tomb Raider one was free. Yeah, but I'll leave that one to you if you want to try that one, man. Like I said, I'm not going to bother with it. Now, there's nothing against Warhammer. I mean, It's just one of those things I've never really gotten into. I think actually would be, because we're talking tabletop, I think it actually would be pretty cool if they actually did do like a DLC for Dungeons and Dragons somehow. I picture like, just the lore of it is like one of the things you gotta clean is like a mimic like just puked up a bunch of stuff or something. I just want to see like, let me see the like president's face. Oh, yeah, he's detailed pretty well. He's got the newspaper. What's the plan? Because there were like a couple of games I already had like, planned for us to do, but I'm listening. Yeah, I'll finish up Gromit's house in a second. His doghouse. Well, this weekend the plan was for us to do we were gonna be doing more of Hypercharge on box because Mac's gonna be getting a copy of it. And also I was like wanting to try to take another shot at doing our Project Unknowns that didn't work for Amber last time. But push come to shove, I may be able to probably like try to swing 2 streams. That's the only problem. But like Amber said, like, Rocket Nachos also won't be available this weekend. I figure like, like probably best if we actually play with him. But at the very least, we're gonna have Hypercharge on box to do. We may have a full team for that, depending. Yes, thing. I mean, I definitely would be up for it. I definitely, I'm not opposed to doing more Helldivers. It would be fun to play with, because I know like there was one time we were wanting to try to get like a team of me, of like, a team of 4. Like we're trying to get like, Matt to get a copy of it. And plus, at least, with Hypercharge on box, Elginox, there is something I'm pretty sure you're going to be happy about that. I'm not going to tell you what just yet, but I figured something out. Gromit! Poodles. Okay, well, we know. Yeah, let's just say one of the heads you were wanting or whatever, one of the skins, one of the heads were, I figured out how to get it. But I'm going to wait until we got everyone in there so that way you all can get it together. It's really easy to get. I think you know which one I'm talking about. I know how I figured out how to get it. I got it for myself. I will also say there is one, some you can get for the tutorial. If you go back through and play the tutorial, there's actually a secret one you can get. It's a little more involved. I would say look up the tutorial online because it actually took me a bit to get it. But there actually is a way to get like a, well, there's actually two. I will say there's one, like Max Ammo, the guy that we're working for in a Hypercharge. You can get his, you find all the collectibles, but there's actually a secret skin you can get from a little, like, you know, little hidden mission they got in the tutorial. I mean, obviously, I would say if you guys do the tutorial anyway, you know, like definitely, you know, for Amber and say that for Mac, I would say for Matt to do it. But the thing is, at least they give you like some little incentives to do the tutorial. Yeah, it's fun. Because I was basically gonna try to like tell you, I was like, okay, well, basically, I played the tutorial, I think, like in the past where they updated it, and it definitely would like, you know, I was gonna like say, I was like, well, I might actually just walk them through things, but the tutorial actually will be better because it's pretty much gonna walk you through everything I was gonna say anyway, and it's actually really easy. It basically teaches you all the basics and all that, like basically everything you need to know. Because what the plan is what we're gonna be doing is, like, I decided I want us to actually run through the very first mission. We're gonna like do everything in order. I mean, I've already done like most of the objectives anyway. There are like some I still need to do. That way, at least, you know, we can play through that and help, you know, so that way you and Mac can start getting stuff, and anything Elginox missed, you know, he can go in and get some stuff too. And push can to shove, you know, if we've got to play on like, you know, the lowest difficulty we can, because I figured out like how we actually get like the higher metals, like ruby, like, you know, diamond, like ruby and diamond and all that. We have to play on, like, you know, the next two difficulty levels up from what me and Elginox have been playing on. I mean, normal's been, like, easy enough for us. But the difficulty does scale based on how many players you got. But pretty much, I just kind of, like, want us to just start from the beginning. Because it's not going to affect me and Elginox's progress. And then at least this way you and Mac can, like, you know, try to unlock more skins. Because as long as, you know, we're, you know... You guys, because I don't know if it'll actually, like, you know, count, like, since we already got golds and all that, if it actually would count towards you guys and, like, just go ahead and give you all the objectives. I don't know if you gotta get gold at your end. I feel like as long as you're playing on the map, like, when we get that objective again, it'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the good thing about it. At the very least, the plus to it is that, with, like, you know, like, the campaign stuff, you don't actually really have to do the platforming or whatever. It can help, but, you know, there's anything on there where, you know, the platform is like a little bit too much. You know, me and we'll just go like handle like some of the stuff like up on higher platforms. You can just like stick to the low ground. That's what, you know, you kind of noticed with me and Elginox we were playing the other day. There was like a lot of the enemies we were just taking them on at the ground level. So at least there's ways we can adapt to that. And plus, you know, the way the game works, that there's the free roam mode anyway. So at least with that one, you know, you can just platform at your own pace. So that's the thing I actually like about the game. It definitely kind of feels like it is like, you know, very friendly, you know, they kind of like give options or whatever. Because, you know, you see me and Elginox were all over the place or whatever. And so the only thing is, like, you know, at least, because that's the thing, at least with the coins and everything, if you want to try to go for all those, you can do that in, like, free roam. So you don't have to really worry about it. So you can do that at your own pace, you know, and platforming, like, you know, the best you can. But another thing also, just so you know, I forgot to tell you, it doesn't affect achievements. They actually do have cheat codes, so if push comes to shove, you need something for platform for yourself, they do have a low gravity thing. And the cheats don't actually affect achievements or trophies or whatever, or progress. That's one thing I really love about, like, how the devs did this or whatever. It seems like they did, I mean, I don't know if the cheat codes are actually put into be accessibility mode, but it could be actually seen as that. Yeah, there's a low gravity cheat. I don't know how well it works. I never actually used it, but, you know. Alright, like I said, you know, I'm pretty sure we're gonna manage just fine. Like I said, that's at least the way, like, the levels work, you know. You want to stay on the ground and, like, just shoot stuff, or just handle, like, you know, the stuff down there, you can, and we'll, like, take care of, like, the higher stuff up above. But at least, you know, like, a lot of the objectives or whatever, you know, they've got the ones that can just be done in free roam mode. So there's, like, no, like, you know, worry about time limits or anything like that, and you just basically handle it at your own pace. Either way, we're still gonna have fun regardless. Because there is like just one more level we still need to unlock. I think that was available at the moment, which is like the rental thing, and I think we only need like 2 more golds on that. It's probably up under the roof. It's probably like up under. First off. Okay, I'm using the stubby extension. Okay. There it is. That's what I thought. There we go. All right, Gromit's. I keep saying, getting mixed up. Yeah, Gromit's house is clean. So really, yeah. I mean, and the thing is, they give you the double jumps and all that. But the way, at least the way the game is designed is that if you want to, like, take, like, the ground, you can do that. You saw, like, the one map me and L. Jonks were playing on, the Garden of Evil. There wasn't really, like, a whole lot of platforming there anyway. It wasn't, like, a whole lot of, like, higher ground stuff. I finished cleaning up Preston. Okay, that should be... Alright, I think Preston's good to go. Alright, now I just gotta clean, like, the Stockomatic, and we'll mostly be done. Well, hold on. Yeah, the Shopper 13. Yeah, we can do that before we still do the stream. We'll test it. Like I said, but I feel like, with what I saw of, like, when Rocket fixed, like, your stuff for Phasmo, I'm pretty sure, like, hopefully that did fix Project Unknown. And I'm just kind of, I'm kind of looking as if it fixed that. Maybe it also fixed the headliners for you, too. Finish up the bin. Yeah, I forgot. That was a quick one. All right. I think the Shopper 13 skit was probably, like, one of my favorites, though. Or short, not skit. Skit, short, whatever. Okay, almost there. I think, like, Shopper 13 should be pretty much done. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. At least it doesn't have cheeks. Oh, hold on. I missed a couple walls over here, actually. Wait, it's got little bird feet in it. Nice little touch. Would have been also cool if, like, you know, like if it actually would have filled it with water. So really, we should only have about like this done if there's, unless there's anything else I missed on the house. Probably is, but. Just a bit more. Just about done with the Stockomatic, at least. All things considered. Well, I don't keep saying all things considered, but. I will say, now I'm starting to get a little tired, though, but I'm good for the rest of the stream. Get rogues. Like I said, I want to finish this tonight. I'm definitely going to. No doubt. Oof. What are we missing? Oh. Alright, trying to see what else we're missing here. Ah, shoot. Did I miss anything on this? Because I figured that was going to be one of the things. Probably. Okay, let me go and just look at the list here. I checked the light cord, I thought. See that? Okay, that's weird. That's screwed up. You have to like be at a very, very odd angle to hit that. Should be about done. Well, I got the cord too. See, that's the thing about this one. They definitely had it where like you had to be like a certain angle just to be able to hit some of this stuff, but I can even tell it was it needed to be cleaned. Operator seat. I thought oh my lord. We should be about done. There we go. Porch pots. Okay, I didn't get Preston's tail. Oh yeah, no wonder I missed that. And the front door frame sills. And we are done. Today. Really? Well, you son of a... Now we're done. Alright. Another job done. That one's pretty satisfying as far as like the way it looked. So we got 3 more to go. Smashing job for a wash lad, eh, Gromit? And that's probably a lot closer I got to his actual accent than I think I've been. And now the shop of 13's as good as new. Be a good dog and send him out to replenish our cheese supplies, eh? Meanwhile, I'll set up Sock-O-Matic for some keepy uppies. On me, Ed. Ed, lad? Sounded like a deep sigh. Alright. The Netomatic. Oh, Lord. Our poor Netomatic's in a right tangle, eh, Gromit? There's not a moment to lose, Gromit. Deploy washer lad to the basement. Let's get everything woolly clean. Alright, so I was saying, like, you know, they had to have something for the basement. And they did. So we're cleaning the... Yeah. Just gotta clean the Netomatic. That's what it says. It says Netomatic. We're cleaning the whole basement. Oh, Lord. Okay, we'll start up here. Jeez, we gotta clean everything. It's not gonna be that bad, though. Let me, Gromit. Wash let's clean out the blocks again. I best have a word in the shell, like... Come on, please spruce up basement and give Netomatic a makeover. I think I was already down here getting started. Alright, this might take a bit. Okay, I feel like I should clean the steps first. I figure where all the paint come from. Alright. So I'm hoping I didn't underestimate this DLC. But I mean, we're still making good time on it. At least the stairs are all one piece, so... Probably could have started at the bottom. That's probably what I should have done. But I'll get on the way back down. I mean, I said I wanted to clean the basement. I just think I might underestimate it a little bit. I got this, though. Just so much yellow. All right. At least we're 5% done, so it's progress. Let's see, wooden wall. Hang on. I just kind of like, just get that from down here. All right, at least I can get the rest of the stairs. I guess it looks like, well, is a wall of the stairs. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's get back to that. Okay, so we gotta like just, yeah, the stair right there. We gotta like, get the sides of it. The section off on the wall, but again, once we get down here and start like cleaning the floor up, that's like the biggest part of this. We get down and start cleaning that up, it's gonna like start going a little bit like much quicker afterwards. I mean, regardless, like, what we're cleaning or whatever, it's still gonna like, go at a proper pace, but stuff is like a lot of nooks and everything here. Okay, it's the back of the pane we gotta get. We gotta get a pretty good angle here just to be able to. There we go. All right. God, that wall. Whew. This is gonna be a job. Okay. Let's keep going. I am kind of saying I'm hoping this actually might be the last of the bigger jobs, so we can go ahead and, like, because I know we're definitely supposed to be cleaning the wrong trousers. As anything like the whole thing with the DeLorean and all that, it shouldn't take too long to do that one. If it's just the wrong trousers. Let me see, get around over here, and I want to get this one out of the way because it looks like this one might be problematic if I don't go ahead and get it over with. It's like one of the ones where it seems like it's going to be like a little bit trickier to kind of get up there to it. Get up here. I remember if I said I was going to take a break, like, after the last job or whatever, but either way, I'm here now, so. Alright, here's the long extension. Let me kind of get that right there. I like the little, like, hydraulic, sound when I jump. Alright, see if I can get over here at this and... Wait, can we turn... I said, for love of God, do not tell me just spinning... Okay, well, I don't think it's going to be as bad as, like, you know, the one from the Potion Factory from the Shrek DLC. I got an idea. Oh, whoa. Actually, that works perfectly. There we go. All right, now that's out of the way. It was a little less daunting. I kind of just want to work on the walls first, since those like one of the bigger parts. Or walls next, first, whatever. All right. 13%. It's starting to move along. I kind of want to get the walls and then work on the floors work on the floor after. Okay. That was actually trying to like climb up on top of the pipe, but I think I actually can. It's that light right there's getting in the way is the problem. There we go. Unconventional, but I'll take it. All right. That one's out of the way. just gotta get this thing right here clean now. Some wall rims. So it's probably around over here. Yeah, like this. There we go. So just getting these walls out of the way or whatever, and everything else is gonna feel like much less daunting, but I think this might actually be like the longest. Oh, would be like the longest job I've done in this DLC so far. Get back up here again. Okay. Well, that explains it. There. Okay, so down here. Try everything on this wall in one go. Okay, about to be our first lore bit for this, or the next lore bit. Top work, wash lad. That dirt is dust. Looking grand down there, ain't it, Gromit? God, it's tricky trying to do his accent. 'Cause I know I don't probably sound like anything like Wallace, but... Alright, yeah. The bulletproof vest. I remember, when did he wear that one? Oh yeah, the bullet, yeah, that was the, I want to say, I can't remember, like, which short that was from. Sheep soap. Alright. Yeah, there's so much more of these walls, oh my god. Definitely like gonna be like one of the longest parts about this. Hopefully, at the very least, it'll be like the longest, like the longest of the 5. There won't be another like one longer than this. Because if I'm lucky, the floor will be like one continuous thing. Well, I don't know. It shows right there, like, yeah, there's like, so the floor is a little segment, but still with that one, I'm not gonna like reach all around to clean it. Okay, before we actually get around to that one, I'm gonna go and, like, you know, make sure I continue to get everything else over here done. No point like continue onwards like, until I'm finished with this. Doesn't mean like the crates all count as one thing. Yeah, okay, so the crates were all one object. Okay, get this table clean. There's that. Just getting the wall here. Get this too while we're at it. Okay, was that the whole wall? Alright, shelf's done. Okay, now we're actually starting to see like a basement down here. Let's see how was that basement wall. All this looks good. Do like a little circling motion for right now. I think it'd be a little bit trickier on the wrist, but okay. Almost at 30%. Once we get the walls out of the way, everything else should start speeding up a little bit quicker. It's Snoozatron. Oh yeah, I remember the Snoozatron. Poor Gromit as far as that one was concerned. Go ahead and finish it up. Wait, hold on. Can you turn it on? Oh. Oh, you can turn on the Knit-O-Matic. Wait, if it actually puts a sweater out. I was just wondering if it actually would have, like, you know, threw out a sweater, but... Okay. Keep that with these walls. That's like at least you can turn it on. I was hoping it would have, like, you know, threw out a sweater. Yeah, that might explain some of it, but that's probably what I'm trying to clean here. Okay, got that at least. Ah. Okay. Chances are it's probably behind the pipe. That'll do it. Things are coming along quicker now. I was saying we're probably about going to be about, like, you know, mostly halfway done with, maybe about halfway done with the walls here. Okay. probably that right there. I'm not quite... That'll do it. Oh, this will definitely do it. There we go. Just this right here. We just gotta... Right, that wall's done. Kind of getting to the point where I don't even really want to bother trying to clean like the other stuff around it or whatever. Just want to clean the walls, but trying to like, you know, get as much of it I can since it's like smaller little bits. Workbench. How much more does workbench? Is on the side right here. Oh, yeah. All right. Got this floor, though. But the floor is not going to be that bad with everything else I've done. Get up here and clean this now. I mean, for what it's worth, making progress. I do not like these walls. Alright, this will suffice for me to get like a nice little angle here. Probably wouldn't hurt like, you know, clean them like this anyway, since they are segmented. For some reason, it seems like the lining up there is like what really gets like a good little boost to the cleaning for some reason. Like you get that little lining right there, for some reason, kind of like definitely like gets like a quick, you know, it drains like percentage, like, you know, more than like the other bits. Maybe it's just me. As soon, let's check wash that soap supply, Gromit. Can't have him running out sudsdently. Too tired for your puns tonight, Wallace. And I've mislaid me favorite spanner. Keep an eye out there. Yeah, there's a good dog. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this. How many movesets does he have? Yeah, and the plans for the Knitomatic. At the very least, we're almost halfway done. The techno trap. Yep. Wrong trousers. What's that in the other book? Other penguins. All right, almost at 50%. Whew. This was definitely more of an endurance test for sure. And I'm gonna endure. Hang on a sec. I can call and stuff. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Darn it. Some jumping here was like a little weird. I gotta get around over this. Oh my lord. I gotta climb back out there again because like they screw me over on that jump. Well, maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't think I can hit it from here because yeah, they messed me up with my jump. Get back up here and try again. That'll do it. All right, perfect. I get all this off right here. There we go. Well, I wasn't trying to clean that one or whatever. I just cleaned it, you know, started the thing up and like scratched an itch and I already had it. Funny how that worked out. I kind of want to just walk along and finish, you know, get the top part of this, so I don't have to worry about it moving forward. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm having to keep, going back up and clean these. At least I'm going to, go and get it out of the way. Don't have to worry about any more of them moving forward. At least the top part. Alright. Alright, so the top part of them's done, so now I can just go through and do the bottom, and yeah. The bottom and the sides. Okay. Not much more wall to go. Still, it's not the kind of where it's gonna... It'll take a little more time. These walls suck. It's kind of like, already, I forgot, like, how big Wallace's basement is. A little further. Then we get to the real business, like, the real, cleaning job. Like, that's the thing, I've been on this for a while, and I still ain't, like, actually got, like, to the, Knitomatic. Is this basement linked? Basement wall. No, it's not. It's just all that right there. Yeah. That makes... Oh, yeah. That kind of makes it make more sense now. Yeah, that's that basement wall. Now I just gotta get the top one here. Come up here. Yeah, it's definitely been an endurance test, rogues, for sure. Whew. But again, good news is we are also cleaning some chunks of the floor anyway, so. But we're almost done with the walls, just last little bit right here, and yeah. At least we're past like the halfway point. But good agree, I'm ready for this job right here to be over. It's just the monotony of it, like, you know, just clean like the walls like over and over again, doing the same thing. Okay, yeah, get this wall down here. And also, at least with this, I can kind of like, you know, since the thing's turning, I can kind of like, you know, get each. Crisis averted, Gromit. Spanner located behind left ear. Who'd have thought it? Again, I feel like Gromit's a smart one here, or a smarter one. Just Gromit's emotes. Because like I said, when I first saw the emotes, I thought it was Wallace, you know, trying to get caught up with the times and everything, you know, doing, you know, text speech or whatever. But then I realized it actually, I was like, wait a minute, that's Gromit. Like, obviously, like, because you can't actually, you know, interact with Gromit normally or whatever. So, of course, like, they had to do the whole thing, like, his character, you know, which is that he never speaks. He just, like, expresses everything through, expression, like, his face. Okay, there's that one. Alright, so I'm guessing it's gonna be a sideways one again. Yeah. Look at this pipe. I feel like, you know, like, just the jokes and everything, you know, just kind of like, you know, just let the building, like, once I start getting more tired. Again, I'm also just kind of like in the mindset, you know, just trying to like get this thing finished. At least, you know, it's just get these last bits, this last little bit of the walls out of the way, and we are done with probably like the worst part of this. But the walls literally were about like 50% of this, give or take. Okay, we got these little bits right here. But otherwise, the walls are basically just about done. There's that. Maybe some residual here and there, but I think we're done with the walls. Outside, like, you know, this little small bit right here, which ain't gonna be nothing. I am so done. Glad to be about done with these walls finally. Okay, just this last little section here. Then I can... there's the floor too, but... Was that the... yeah, the rocket from Grand Day Out. Alright. That didn't work out as well as I hoped. Whew. I really am hoping the last two are just gonna be like small vehicle stages. I ain't gonna lie. DLC was great, but right here it definitely, you know, it kind of felt more of a like a slog, all because of those walls. Okay, yeah, so it was like, all right, yeah, so I circled it around there. Okay, with that, rogues, looks like the walls are finally clean. Oh my god. Fudge. Or not. There. Now it's clean. Alright. Thankfully, we got like a good chunk of the floor along the way. Okay, I'm gonna start working on this floor. Go and get this over with, and then we can just get everything else and get on out of here. Thankfully, the floors they're segmented. Like I said, so they're gonna actually come cleaner. That since it's not like all one big floor. Floor's not gonna be nearly as bad as the walls were. So yeah, it looks like these little. Yeah, that's what separates it right there. Okay, yeah, this ain't gonna be nearly as bad now. It's much less daunting knowing there's like, you know, little small little squares. Man, it's a home stretch though, home stretch. That one. I think like this one might be a little bit wider. Yeah. Looks like there's like all like one bigger section. Right. Like we just gotta like watch for that right there. That's what tells me we're going to another section. Alright. Just a little bit more for this one. It's kind of understandable, like I think this is like the one that's like, you know, the pneumatics on, so. There we go. I get this section now. Okay, I'll worry about the flywheel like or once I'm. I said we're gonna like stay focused on the floor. I say, Washlet's done a marvelous job on those walls. I can almost see my face in those bricks. Thank you for complimenting me because those walls sucked. I feel like the devs put that in there, put that line there, knowing the people were gonna be on the. See, look at it, little bitty. See, devs. I saw that. Y'all know for a fact people were gonna complain about those damn walls. So you made like one little bit of text just to bring up the bricks. It's like it's a compliment, but it's like as a compliment, but also it's like a big, middle finger also. The devs knew what they were doing with that. They knew that they designed this knowing dang well that people were gonna like, the walls were gonna be like the toughest part. And you knew that people were probably gonna complain about the walls, and they put that text there just to troll them. I told you guys, like the walls was gonna be the worst of it. Now you see it speeding along, and actually, kind of like perked up a little bit since then. Like, because I was going through that, I was kind of yawning and everything, and now I'm actually just excited knowing that I mean, the Knitomatic itself shouldn't even be that bad. I mean, after the walls, like nothing in here is gonna be that bad. That's when I'm just hoping that the other two jobs are gonna be like small ones, because this is definitely like the biggest job I've done so far in the Wallace and Gromit stuff. So it'll be cool if like the last two jobs are just like little vehicle ones, just kind of like to reward the player for making it through. All right, look, yeah, that was a long job here, just. And whatever it is, I'm still gonna do it, but I'm just hoping it's gonna be like something, quick, for the end of this. I personally just wish I could have like, finished every DLC in one go, but some of them did feel like longer. I mean, the Shrek one definitely did. Just had the wool spinner. Still would say I wish it was cool. It would be cool they actually did knit a sweater you could clean. Or shouldn't the floors be just about done at this point? Yeah, we got like a few more. We can get this since this is a quick one. Right, there's that. So that makes sense going through the ladder is actually pretty satisfying too. Alright, I think we should be about done with the floors. There's like, what, one more maybe I missed? Yeah, this little bitty bit right here. Not there. I think, is that it? Is that it for the floors? Yeah, I think the floors are basically done. Alright. Looking a whole lot better now. Now we just gotta clean the equipment. And anything residual that I missed. I said, this ain't gonna be anywhere near as bad as those walls were. I'm hoping that like we're gonna have some small parts here that we can like clean. They're gonna give us like some quick dings. Get around the other side of it. Oh, yeah, that might do it. That might do it just a smidge. Shit. Okay. Yeah, see, this will make it like probably should make it a little bit easier to clean and just keep doing like this. Just kind of get up here on a better vantage point to. Okay, I'm not really a fan of trying to clean this thing. Alright, let's get down here and like. Then again, I think like the spool, yeah, it was all one big part. That was the problem there. I thought it was like individual ones. That's the reason they weren't coming clean right away. I kind of looked at it the wrong way. I thought it was like. I'm gonna work on this real quick. Yeah, I think this. Yeah, this works a lot better. I hate the moving part stuff though. That's why I went in clean. Got it now. Moving parts in this stuff is the problem. Too many moving parts. Let me there's that at least. Alright, this looks clean now, I think. Or is it? Yeah, I think it's mostly clean. Looks good. Let's get back to this thing now. Alright, just a little bit more on this thing, I think. Oh, yeah, that explains why that one's not coming. Like, yeah, there we go. I can turn off the wool spinner now. I think I got that done. Well, not quite. Hold on. Wait, wait. I was about to say, can I crawl inside it? I was about to, it looked like. Okay, I think I've actually got this one done. Yeah, it looks clean. Finally. Alright, now thankfully stuff don't have many moving parts. Oh, damn. Oh! Oh, definitely made it worth it. God, I love when they do like the rapid fire dings. Yeah, it's so satisfying. Definitely like probably like my favorite part of this too. Especially you got like, multiple people like, playing at once and they all hit the thing at the same time and just like how quicker the dings would sound off if they had like a whole bunch of them. Cause picture we got like a Honey I Shrunk the Kids map or something and you had like clean like a big keyboard. Like a computer keyboard or whatever. God, that would be, just pure serotonin. Or some kind of thing where like, you're shrunk down, you had to clean like a keyboard. Alright, I'm gonna like get the Knitomatic probably maybe last. Or at least somewhere close to that. Auto wash. Oh. Oh, shoot, I just got achievement for activating auto wash. There's like suds here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Alright. We're under the control panel. Someone for another control panel. I accidentally turned the pneumatic on. Alright, let's see, get out of here so I can kinda like, just leave from right here. ain't gonna lie, this would be like how big is that? Make one hell of a spa. A hot tub. Or it'd probably get really hot too since it's made of metal, but ay. Okay. I'll come back to that after I get the barrels. I kind of like, you know, trailed off in these things earlier. I need to go and get them out of the way. Yeah. I mean, I just like to have like, you know, a big enough bathtub to like to truly soak in or whatever for like all the time, how much I go to the gym. Might actually have me Epsom salt bath after I finish the stream. I don't know. I don't know, because I've been having like a little bit of shoulder issue. Like nothing's really like stopping me from going to the gym, but it's I've definitely been feeling it. All right. I didn't finish the drawing board. Yeah, we're basically just about to hit like the 3-hour mark on the stream, whatever. So if I can finish this, like, you know, hopefully the last two jobs won't be that long. If I can do this within like 3 hours, 30 minutes, I'd be happy. We've still got to wrap this job up before anything else. I'm just hoping that they're just going to be like, because I heard they're supposed to be like little vehicle jobs. And if we're not like, you know, clean like Wallace and Gromit, you know, motorcycle, you know, in the sidecar and the wrong trousers. Because the wrong trousers technically count as a vehicle, you know. When you think about it. Basically like a ride armor from Mega Man. If this, we should probably like just one of the only things we still got clean will be the Nitomatic. Oh God. Okay. I now remember what the bulletproof vest was. It was from like, I think like one of the first contraption ones, where like I think like it was Gromit was like pretending to be like a burglar. Yeah, now I remember what the bulletproof vest was from. So it took a bit for it to come back to me. Okay, yeah. So now we just got mainly clean the Knitomatic, I think. Well, hold on. Up here, I thought I got all this. Okay, that's that. All right. Looking spiff. Clean this right here, and then we can work on the Knitomatic. We should be about done with this one. I think I need a ladder to get up a little bit higher, so I can... Oh, perfect. There we go. Hmm? What the... There. Okay. Now for the Knitomatic. It's probably easier maybe like do like that. All right. Rotate. Again, I like how it's like it's suds or whatever. It looks like it's like suds or whatever right here. Unless it's like some really caked on wet wool or something. Like really, like the suds are probably like eventually. I don't know. Unless it's like, you know. I feel like I mean if it's soap or whatever, you know, if it's actually like kind of set in, yeah, you probably have to maybe clean it. It could still be residual. I don't need that on anymore, so it's distracting. All right. Yeah, this endurance game definitely has tested me, but we are almost done. I mean, I don't know. I still don't know if I'd say this is gnome fountain levels or whatever, but this one kind of felt like it cut it close. Whew. Yeah, I'm so glad I'm almost done with this one. So I was trying to say, if anyone tries to say this DLC was short or wherever, yeah, you know, apparently you didn't play this job yet. Man, this DLC was worth it though, so I'll take it. You're showing me like I could try and flywheel. Okay, never mind. Okay. I can probably get the rest from the ground. It really don't seem like there's a whole lot more, but it's probably gonna be like something on the walls I missed, knowing my luck. That would be the way this game would go. It'd be like petty, would like make me have to go clean something else on the walls. Okay. Yeah, this side should get it. Yeah, you a dirty boy, ain't you? Okay, let me... Okay, just a little bit more. I think. I can't get in the right... Yeah, it's right there. That should basically get it. Then I have to climb back up there and get the plaque. Yeah, definitely like trying to like goof me on some of my platforming here. Oh yeah, that explains that one. All right, and that stupid guardrail. Ooh. So what are we missing now? I'm ready to be done with this. I knew the drum, because they always get me with the lights somehow. There we go. All right, auto dresser arms. So auto dresser would be right there. Okay. Basement door, and of course the handle. I always miss the handles. Pneumatic control vent. Okay. Vent, huh? Okay, so finally done. Jeez. That one took a while. Now watch this. You see how long it took to do the walls right now? Watch this. See, now everything else like went along so quickly, but those walls. By heck, it's like a brand new basement, Gromit. Our new contraption's a washing wonder. Tell you what, with Ninomatic all lovely and gleaming, let's take her for a spin. New socks are around, eh, old pal? Gromit just wanted socks. Wallace and Gromit's vehicles. Okay. I say, it's a lovely day out there, Gromit. Not a rain cloud in sight. Let's roll out the vehicles. They could do with a good scrub up. With Washlab being such a miracle worker, we go through the gears on those mucky motors like elbow grease lightning. Alright, so yeah, I think I kind of saw one right there. I think I called it. Yeah. I guess. Woo. Oh yeah, this ain't gonna be bad. Yeah, well, they call them the techno trousers. We refer to them as the wrong trousers. And of course, the plane. No Manatron. I'm trying to remember what episode that was. Right, yeah, that was one of the contraption ones. And the bakery truck, of course, from Matter of Loaf and Death. Alright, we'll start with this one. So at least, okay, thankfully this ain't gonna take that long. That Washlat's keen as mustard again, Gromit. Command time. I am just glad we got something, like an actual, like something very short here. And I feel like they did this basically like, you know, as a reprieve for those who got past last time. I'm just hoping this doesn't mean I'm gonna have like a long one after this again. Alright, command, clean all vehicles. All the vehicles. The top bun. So we in the danger crone? Or danger scone? God, that was terrible. That was horrible. Oh yes, bit hasty. Might watch all the cars in Preston. Yeah, that was horrible. I mean, me and my sleep deprived, puns. Clean all the vehicles in the front yard, please. I'm saying this ain't in the front yard, but okay. That should do it, eh, Gromit? Bayek, our bakery's van's a sticky mess, but I'm sure wash that would make sweet work of it. I'm already working on it. Or they actually knew like people were gonna go to the bakery van first. I wonder if it could be possible that it might actually go by like what you clean first. Who knows? Where's they got like a particular script? I'm just wondering what else can we end up cleaning after this? Right. Okay. The sun visor. Oh. There we go. Is that it? I'm sure that's all. I think I saw like a little bit of smidge of something. Yeah. If there's anything, I'm having a feeling I probably gotta get this. Yep. Well, I mean, right there I was cleaning, so I wasn't even trying to clean. Okay, is that good to go? If not, I can come back to it. Alright. Get in here and, I'll clean them from, like, this, alright. That's why I said, like, I think, like, Gromit is, like, British Snoopy, because he actually has his own, plane. Just like with Snoopy, like, his plane was the doghouse. Gromit's actually got one. And the whole thing with Snoopy is that the whole thing with him fighting the Red Baron was technically make-believe, but... One thing that actually made me happy about, like, the Peanuts movie from, like, a few years back was Snoopy finally taking down the Red Baron. Actually, there was like several things in that movie where they were definitely like, you know, first for me and whatever. One was like, you know, definitely had me like, you know, going way to go, Chuck, as you know, Perry and Patty always calls like, you know, Charlie Brown Chuck. Was that he actually finally got the courage to talk to the red-haired girl. But how did our Snow Manatron get so filthy? No, I've been filling him with mud pies. Have you, Gromit? Wait for the emote. Oh. I don't know if that was confession or what. Like, you know, he basically got caught red-handed. I just wonder how quickly it's gonna be, how quick the wrong trousers are gonna get cleaned. There we go. God, I love those quick dings. I think I've already said that though, of course, but. What's in there I missed on the plane? I don't say I'm stuck. No, let me out. Plane looks good for the most part. If I miss on where right now. This one, I'm just see how this goes. Got a few little quick dings going on. Still wish I would have called them the wrong trousers, but I can understand, like, you know. I think, like, you know, but that's the thing, like, you know, Wallace did refer to him as the wrong trousers during the thing, so technically, you know, it's not, he did name drop it in the episode. Alright, could they clean or? Look clean to me, unless I missed something here. I even like the little bit, if you actually look right there, I think it's pretty cool how they actually have, like, from afar, you can't really notice it as well. But up close, it actually has, like, little scuffs and everything to actually kind of give that illusion that it's rubber. That's a really interesting thing, how they did that. And that's pretty cool, too. If it just did what I think it did. Yeah. It actually kind of, like, makes it... Okay, that's really neat how they did that. Watch this. And it's kind of like, you know, like the rubber like is like off color for a little bit right there in a different way, like compared to the other stuff you clean. That's what it seemed like. They kind of actually made it seem like, you know, the rubber was like more absorbent or something. So just a little attention to detail like that. That was like really neat how they did that. They actually made it look like actual rubber, like with a little texture to it. Techno trousers have seen better days. Well, never forget what you got put through wearing those things. Easy on the spin cycle, Wash lad. Don't want them shrinking. Honestly, that's probably the best thing for you, so you don't end up like, getting like, stuck inside them again. Against your will. So I kind of hope that, like, the last thing or whatever, because thing is, we're doing their vehicles, but we're not doing like the motorcycle. You figured they would put the motorcycle on, so I'm hoping that'll be the last mission. The motorcycle in the sidecar, from can't remember like how many episodes they did it. I used it. I know they used it in it was used in A Close Shave. Cracking. Wash lads hit the fast lane. Really motoring now. And I just love, like, Gromit's little heart. At first I thought that was Wallace. Why is he doing the hearts and everything? I realized it's Gromit. All right. Eyes are definitely getting heavy, but there's one more job after this, and thankfully this one was a quick one. At least the devs knew how to pace things. Where it's okay, we're gonna put you through this long job, and then we're gonna give you like the one that's right here is just like clean a few like little vehicles or whatever, just really quickly. Where just kind of, but also just kind of worries. Like, I'm really hoping this last job ain't gonna be another long one. We cleaned everything else like pretty thoroughly, so we should be like. I definitely missing on one of the other vehicles, but it felt like that. I mean, I know the wrong trousers definitely shouldn't have anything on those. I'm gonna keep calling them the wrong trousers. I don't care. They're not techno trousers. I mean, the wrong trousers. Just a little bitty bit more. Mm. Okay, see if I missed anything on the plane. I wonder. Huh? I wonder. Let me see. Yep. Thought it might have been some with the warning light. It's always the windshield wipers. If I missed that one, maybe. No? Alright, just checking there just make sure, but hold up. But then again, okay, let's just go and just like, look through the list. Snowbotron top arm bracket. I thought I got, oh my god. Okay. Plane rudder. Oh my lord. Let's parse the rudder again. I forgot what part of the plane's the rudder. See, that's what I thought or whatever, but okay, there were a baker, and of course the bakery truck, the fuel cap. My god. And there is something I missed on the techno trousers. I'm surprised by that. Should be around here. All right, and the techno trousers socket cover. I saw it pop up for a second. Oh, there it is. There we go. All right, Rogues. Finally done with that one. We got one more job. Hopefully, it's not going to be a huge one. If it's going to be a big one, I'm going to take a quick break first before we tackle it. Maybe take a break first anyway, stretch my legs. Well, you zoomed through that, Wash lad. Pole position cleaning. What do you say to a test drive, Gromit? The moon rocket, of course. I should have thought about the moon rocket from Grand Day Out. The one that started it all. All right, guys, before we actually play this one, and we're actually going to the moon for this one, so I said, like, if we go through this without seeing any cheese, it's going to be a problem. We're literally going to the cheese planet. Anyways, let me take a quick BRB, and we're going to finish this up. Yeah, this is going to be awesome. All right, Rogues. One more job. Whew. And I'm definitely gonna be crashing after this because it's almost 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. So I said I want to try to get done with this like around the 3 hour and 30 minute mark, so we didn't quite make that, but you know. All right. Grand to be back on the moon, Gromit. Though our rocket's a tad dirty from all that blasting around. While I'm off cheese gathering, perhaps we can get Wash Lad to apply some elbow grease. Again, I can't do his accent the best. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit on with it, but otherwise no. But this is awesome. Oh, this is so cool. I just wish I could see the robot. You know, that sassy robot. Wait, is this it? Is this... Wait a minute. Yeah, there it is. There's the robot. There he is. I gotta clean him first. One small step for Wash Lad. One giant leap for cleaning. But they did this and they didn't include the robot. Because he was definitely one of my favorite things about it, about the short. Now then, commands. Here we go. Yeah, I should have thought about it. I was like, this is literally like the from the episode that started it all. Get the rocket out of this world clean, please. Back in a jiffy, Gromit. I just wish they actually would have given him his skis. You just supply cheese. Here we come. So you can't like jump a little bit higher on the moon. Okay, we gotta clean the crater. Maybe can't like open them up and get the telescope out. Okay. And of course, their picnic. Of course, the main thing that still dumbfounds me to this day is like how they were actually able to just go to the moon and then just like, you know, walk on like the moon's surface, like, you know, without like, you know, any kind of like need of, you know, respiration. Like they were able to just go up there and just breathe. Of course, it is like basically, you know, it's a cartoon, so, you know, it's kind of like we just look at like the fact there's like a lot of cartoons out there where they do that. Picnic moon cheese. It's just like, you know, you don't question it. It's a cartoon, so. It's just like it's a little hard to kind of get in there and get these things cleaned. course, it's just like, you know, this is going to take a little, like, once I get on the rocket, yeah, it's going to move very quickly. I wonder if we're going to be cleaning inside of it. There we go. Okay, there's that. Alright. There's the... Oh, yep. Oh, shoot. Yeah, we gotta go inside and clean, too. But I wonder if it also means we're gonna have to, like, clean, like, the part at the bottom where the robot got in. Like, in the short. Nah, looks like... Doesn't look like it. Alright. See, now you notice how it's like the percentage is going up pretty quickly now that I'm like cleaning this. So I thought the rocket actually would take off. That'd be pretty neat. Still wish we could like, you know, clean their motorcycle, but she's tastic out here, Gromit. Made it through Wensleydale Way, nearly at the Cheddar Gorge. We'll have a right feast. Well, that reminds me. Move this out of the way. And don't forget to clean the picnic area. I'm already working on it. Already done it. Let's just get this, then the rocket should be cake. Or, yeah. Alright, almost done with the, just a little more of this landing site, then we just clean the rocket and I'll be done with the DLC afterwards. Okay, let's get this rocket. Really shouldn't be that bad. Can I close the hatch for the moment while I clean outside? No, you can't close the hatch. Okay. Oh, yeah, this ain't gonna take no time at all. I got, like, the little Band-Aid on it. That makes me think of, like, the old Nickelodeon blimp. That's how I said that it is like in sections, so. I just realized I can't separate the ladder. Okay, yes, okay. I was like, wait a minute, because for some reason I was thinking I picked up my ladder and put it here, but I didn't. Or if it's the top of the, what that, wow, yeah. There we go. Alright, let's get back to clean the rocket itself. Found a lovely crop of gorgonzola, Gromit. Billy me boots out here. Oh, and we could get a wash lad to get the cooker once over. Alright, dead. And the cooker needs a good scrub too. Tar very much. Or if it's up under it. Yep. Alright. Alright. So. When I get inside and clean the rock, at least that's gonna be easier because everything's gonna be like much closer and. Most proximity, so I can just like, you know, just spray everything like much quicker. Oh lord. I was not paying. I need to get the other side of that rocket, don't I? Oh my god. Which ain't gonna be that bad. Anyway, we're already almost done with it. Yeah, that did not take long at all. All right, how much more to the... Yeah, this is like the last little rounds of it. About halfway through with like this. You just gotta get the top half. I ain't gonna lie, Rogues, I'm tired. Like, at the start of the stream, doing good and everything, and then suddenly, like, I think as around the time I got to, like, you know, the, nomadic that, you know, really started hitting me, especially with all those walls. Apologies, you know, for, like, my commentary, you know, not being as, you know, jokey as it was earlier. Because, like I said, mainly I'm just kind of, like, gotten where I'm kind of, like, just focused on trying to get it finished. Thankfully, we're almost there. But again, this DLC was definitely worth it. You know, I'll take, like, you know, finishing it in 4 hours. It's whatever. Definitely felt like it was longer than the Back to the Future DLC. Okay. All right. Let's wrap this up. So just finish, like, you know, doing our perimeter around here. Should be, the room should be done. Get it while I'm over here, I guess. And that'll do it for that. Okay, rim's done. Okay, let's go ahead and, like... Alright, yeah. Crumbs. Rockets knee deep in them. All that in-flight cracker eating. God, I can't do his voice for crap. Reckon we could get a wash lad to hose down the inside of the rocket, oh pal. It seems like I've kind of like become close to his voice a few times or whatever, but every time it was just like an outright miss, more often than not. Righty-ho. Come on. Kindly give the inside of the rocket a spring clean. Thanking you. The thing about like cleaning this this right here or whatever is because I'm so close to it, so I can't get as much of it at one time. At least I got that. I like how the wallpaper's on the inside of the door. See, realistically, I could probably, if I'm lucky, let me try something. That'd probably be a little more efficient, yeah. Okay, now we're talking. Spray it from down here and get like the majority of it, and I can like, the rest of it should be no problem to get from up there. Yeah, okay. This is gonna make it a whole lot easier. Alright, so now I got like most of it up. Most of it, yeah. Let's get on top of the rocket and I can, yeah, that should basically cover enough of it, or uncover enough of it where I can, yeah. Yeah, definitely worked out like much better. Because now I gotta like try to get all the way down there to get like the rest of it. Alright. I don't know about the annoying orange, but since it's orange, it was annoying. I'm glad that's on the inside. That's what I figured with that one. Works too. Yeah, that. I was hoping that was gonna work. I mean, I've done it before. Okay. The question is it done? Seems like it. Hold up. All right. Let's get inside here and wrap this up. This should be a piece of cake at this point. Yeah. Wait for it. Please let this. I was hoping we get some rapid fire, but I guess not. Darn it. First I put a lever here and I can't pull it. All right. Home stretch. It's behind the clock. One last wedge of red Leicester, and we'll be homeward bound, Gromit. Heck, I love our shopping sprees. Of course, he has like a piece of cheese. I think I saw that on the show. He had a piece of cheese, like a picture of it. So shopping sprees, he's not even paying for it. Okay. And that picture's just still so wholesome. Even though he's like, what the hell are you doing? There's that. Let me get the window while we're at it. Get inside of it. Whew, okay. So wish I could see the skis. Hey, they didn't have the robot skis or whatever. Which technically he did, like, you know, make them by, like, ripping them off the ship before. This here does look kind of comfy, though. Alright. I was going, like, you know, work on the floor. Since we've already got a good chunk of it. Okay, just a little more on the floor. Alright. Almost there. We're gonna go and just finish off the ceiling now. Yeah, this one hasn't really been as much, anywhere near as much of an endurance test, but you know, when you're tired or whatever, it's definitely, I can't wait for it to be done. Even though I definitely enjoyed this DLC. There's always getting all these little, there's like so many little knickknacks here. some of the stuff is like, it's really giving me hard time actually getting cleaned. So many, like, alright, just all these little things. All these Blink-182 songs. All the small things. I just wait for this rocket, can't wait for this rocket to carry me home. Just a little bit more, I keep telling myself. It seems like more and more stuff keeps popping up, like, you know, the more I clean. Alright, yeah, get this, just get this control panel. Like, I got the cheese picture, like, without even trying right there. And of course the crackers. We're gonna be on top of it, maybe? That's what I thought. Almost done. It doesn't try to be tricky just because it has like all these curves, like twists to it. There we go. Okay. What else is there? Okay, at least we're basically at it at the end. Yeah, what was that? Something, a sign popped up that. There was like something that came up, like, you know, with a thing showing it wasn't finished, like I wasn't finished with it or whatever, and it disappeared. Let me just look into it. Rocket control pot plant. Oh, pot plant. There's no pot in it. There's no plant in it. There's literally no plant in that. Rocket's doorway. That's probably, maybe that's what I, no? It's right here. It's out here. Okay. Rocket, interior racket. Right. All right, here we go. Cooker, aerial. Okay, so send it. Cooker, aerial. Okay, this thing right here. Okay. All right, and rogues, with that, we are done. Well, now we are. Third time's the charm. I didn't want to go. All right, guys. Yeah, that's it. That's that for this. So, of course, we just, like, wrapped up the iconic rocket from the very first Wallace and Gromit short, for a grand day out. Whew. Oh, full of cheese. And my how are rocket sparkles. Watch lads and marvel. Whew. All that I'm feeling pretty peckish. So set corners for tea time, Gromit. Back to home, clean home. Way hey. I cannot do a Gromit. I like a Wallace voice, like I said. But anyways, guys, with that, we just finished up the Wallace and Gromit DLC in about 4 hours and 20 minutes. Whew. And yeah, I kind of, I guess, underestimated that one. With the last DLC, the Back to the Future one, we did that in one sitting as well, but that one definitely wasn't as long. It was like, I think, more vehicle levels than anything. Obviously, the Knit-O-Matic was the longest one here, mainly just like doing the walls and everything. But probably, like, my favorite one to do outside of the kitchen was probably definitely the Moon Rocket. Just because how iconic it was. So, again, I kind of went into this, like, I think, yeah, it's 2 a.m. now or whatever, 2:19 a.m. And I went in and did this, like, almost 4.5 hour stream, like, right after finishing, like, doing the Chrono Trigger one earlier. So, safe to say, I'm kind of exhausted. You guys probably, like, saw, like, it, hitting me, like, midway through when I was, like, more upbeat at the start. Then afterwards, I kind of, like, just started getting to the point where I was just wanting to get through the jobs, and try and just do a little commentary here and there. And it's not just alongside the fact it's just kind of been a bit of a day. Well, bit of a yesterday now. But at the very least, we got this done. I was really excited to play this DLC. After, like, sitting down and really taking time to watch the series outside the few shorts I watched, ages ago. Sitting down and watching, like, basically every short, as well as Curse the Wererabbit. Definitely made this, like, really fun. And thankfully, like, watching, like, the cracking contraptions or whatever, really, that was a good thing to do, because there were, like, several of them that showed up here. Don't know if there was anything that might have been a reference to Vengeance Most Foul, because I haven't watched that one yet. But at least I did kind of catch the reference to Curse the Wererabbit with Gromit's his large, the cucumber and all that. So anyways, next String Rogues, we're going to be jumping into the SpongeBob SquarePants one. I don't know exactly how long this one's going to be. Personally, I'm kind of hoping it's not going to be as long as the Wallace and Gromit one. If it actually was, like, maybe about 3 hours, that'd be awesome. But we're going to go in and we're going to, like, check this out, see how it works. See how this game, and how, like, this DLC is. Again, I haven't really watched a whole lot of SpongeBob, but I did want to do the DLC anyway because it was interesting. I like, how, like, the whole animated look of everything, like the unique style to it, similar how it was with, like, basically how it was with Wallace and Gromit, having the whole thing where you can just seem like you were just writing an episode of Wallace and Gromit. So it's gonna be exciting to kind of go in and see what the SpongeBob SquarePants stuff is, because again, I haven't watched a lot of it, but I have definitely seen, like, memes of it and everything. It's kind of hard to avoid SpongeBob memes, And it is like a show I'm one of those that kind of, you know, jumped on the bandwagon of picking at it, but I never actually hated it. It's not, it was kind of, for a while, it's like, okay, I never had really had any interest in it. And the thing is like, there's just so many episodes of it. I know it would take forever for me to actually watch through it, but it's not a show I've hated. I have made fun of it, but it was all in good fun. Never any actual hate or contempt towards SpongeBob SquarePants. Cause I just like, you know, I've always like, you know, I've heard like so much about the randomosity of it. And again, there's been times in my streams where I quoted the whole Krusty Krab is unfair thing. And, you know, again, like, you know, I've like seen like a lot of memes revolving around SpongeBob. So it's gonna be exciting to get into that, and that's gonna be like the second to last DLC I do for this, because I'm also gonna be doing the, you know, the Final Fantasy remake or the Final Fantasy pack. I'm actually gonna start that one over from scratch, you know, from the beginning. Because I did do part of that, like, you know, in a stream where I was like, you know, doing some other jobs. But I'm gonna start like the Final Fantasy one over from the beginning, since I only did like one of the jobs on that anyway, so it's not gonna be set back too far. But anyways, with that said, Rogues, next stream is gonna be sometime today for next episode for Doom the Dark Ages. But for now, I'm gonna go ahead and go and give me some rest. I definitely need it. But if you guys enjoyed the stream, I'd deeply appreciate if you like, comment, and share. If you aren't subscribed to the channel, appreciate that as well. Considering we are coming up on 1,000 subscribers on here. But yeah, this was a fun stream tonight. I definitely was, you know, enjoyed the Wallace and Gromit DLC. It has me, you know, definitely, you know, wanting to go on and, you know, wrap up like the last thing I need to watch, which is, you know, the most recent movie, Vengeance Most Foul. But for now, calling it here. I'm gonna go get some rest. Next stream will be for Doom the Dark Ages sometime later today. But until next one, Rogues, much love. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with me with this. Sorry I got like pretty exhausted halfway through, but I still enjoyed the, you know, DLC regardless. I hope you guys enjoyed seeing it as well. But until next one, you guys take care, be safe, and I'll see you soon. Thank you for watching.